Welcome, Aalto University Student Union Representative Council meeting. 7/2021 is Thursday, 18th November 2021. It's 5:21 p.m. opening the meeting. Closing item 1. With item 2, recording members and deputy members of the council who are unavailable, disqualified, ineligible, resigned, and present. Annika. And the interpreter cannot hear anything. This person apparently isn't speaking to the microphone. Yes, apologies. Be calling out your names. And once you hear your name, let me know if you're here. On Hansk first. Jani Anttila. Joosa Haapalammi. Emily Johnson. Thank you. Yes, 25 present. So, our 25 representatives present. We grant the right to be present to speak to board members, chairpersons, interpreters, OPs, personnel. Anyone else who needs to be granted right to be present and or to speak is not a member of the student union. Apparently no, so we can close item 2 and moving on to item 3, recording the lawfulness and quorum of the meeting. The meeting is lawful when there are at least 25 representatives present and the chairperson. The invitation has been sent 7 days prior to the emailing list, bulletin board, and AYYE website. If these conditions are met, the meeting is lawful and has quorum. The meeting is lawful and has quorum. Closing item 3, moving to item 4. Election of 2 persons, approving the minutes, and 2 vote counters. We will elect 2 scrutineers of the minutes and their deputies, and 2 vote counters and their deputies. And I propose that, as before, the scrutineers of the minutes act as deputies to the vote counters and vice versa. Opening discussion. Any volunteers? Filman? Yes, great. And the interpreter points out that he cannot hear the audience since they're not speaking in the microphone. Yes, I assume there are no other proposals. Closing discussion. So, we will elect as scrutinizer of the minutes Emil Filman and Niko Ylöpoikalus, and vote, and their deputies Erna Virtanen and Christian Segenkrantz, and vote counters are Erna Virtanen and Christian Segenkrantz, and their deputies are Filman and Ylöpoikalus. This has been decided. Closing item 4. Moving to item 5, confirming the agenda. The agenda has been sent with the invitation to the meeting to represent council. The board has also asked that item 15 will be held as a closed closed doors. Actually, no, this was from a previous meeting. Apologies. So no such request. But any comments on the agenda? Apparently no. So we can confirm the agenda. Closing item 5. Moving on to item 6, announcements. Opening discussion. Any announcements to make? Palasua. Thank you. And please remember always to speak into the microphone. We'll pass the mic around here so that happy birthday. It's open the candidacy for student representative, so please apply. We have received some difficult situations, such as this item that makes decision making easier, which was given at our anniversary party. I believe there would be a better use for it in a meeting. This is a decision maker. So here, now there's some problem with the stream. Everything went black. The interpreter cannot hear anything. Now the interpreter can see the video, but does not hear the sound. But it may be that people are just not speaking into the microphone yet. Yes, no audio. Still no audio. Yes, now I can hear it. So if there are no other announcements, we can close the discussion and close item 6. Moving to item 7, latest news from the office. Yes. Apologies, I need to have a note here to remember what I'm speaking about. So, latest news from the office. Try to go through it briefly. 10 slides for a 10-minute presentation. So, yes, first about the board. We've done our action plan and budgeting. It's in full Going ahead at full steam. We now look at the strategy at the interim examination. We also elected the former of the board and the chair of the representing council. Me and my board colleague Samla Vehkamäki. The association regulation has been prepared to be presented to the representing council for them to approve. The new scoring model will be sent to the board for their approval next week. And the association committee and steering group of AYYE has given their comments on them to make it as a best possible tool for helping us decide who gets what facilities. Our language guidelines have been sent back to preparation because it was very long. So there's still work to do on that. It's a very big document, so we didn't want to have it yet here at this meeting. We just thought it would be better postpone it until next year to have a better time to work on it. Also prepared for the Seoul General Assembly, which starts tomorrow. Hopefully we have many delegates here present today. Then we have also celebrated our Teekkari tradition party. Here we can see a photo of our new Repco chair with some kind of candles, I think. Then real estate and finances, some coronavirus grants, news about that. I'll just move forward since we decided on it the last meeting. So our board chair Milja is coordinating the distribution of the grants. We also have our chief of advocacy Laura and financial officer Monica also involved. We have 54 persons waiting applicants. 38 of them have met the criteria clearly. We have one exchange student who does not fulfill the conditions, but their rental affairs will be handled by the housing team. Then we also have 14 students who have graduated between the autumn 2020 and summer 2021. So we are still looking into it, what to do with these persons since they are no longer members. And something that related to our real estate and finances committee, the board has approved a 1.3 million euro ARA loan, which will be used for the renovation, which has exceeded the cost for Jämärän Taival 357. So it has not been approved before, but now it has also been approved by ARA. Before ARA did not approve of us taking out this extended loan. But now ARA has seen that, yes, they will grant it. And this excess is within the framework of what the representing council approved of for this additional cost allocation, which is 15% of the total cost. So it's within that. Vilma Voltti. And for the last on the left about for the coronavirus grants, the students who have graduated. Previously when I talked about this, the chair of the board convinced that the grants will be given only to people who are still members. So what's the situation now? What's the idea here? Yes, I'm glad to answer. As you can see here, the 14 students who have paid their membership fee but have graduated between autumn 2020 and summer 2021. So they did pay the tuition. So now we have to interpret, because if we, for example, people who will pay the membership fee now, they can still use, or they would graduate, they can still use the membership benefits until the end of the term. So yes, we now have to do our interpretation and ask our pro bono lawyer about their opinion, because this persons have paid their membership fee. So we have to look into how we would interpret the situation. But if you have a clear opinion on this, you can do the interpretation on our behalf as well. Say that how you would hope us to treat the matter. I'd be very happy to hear. But if word by word you stipulate that we will give money only to people who have now paid their tuition fee, then the situation is clear. Then we will not pay it to these 14 persons. If you want this to be so. Hopefully this cleared it up. Yes, thank you. Yes. I think based on our previous discussion, I think our will was that the money would be given only to people who are now members of AYYE. And I think the situation has always been that even if students can use their benefits after graduation, it's stipulated in the legislation. So it's something kind of a nice for people who graduate. Yes. I'll convey the information to you once we get the final confirmation and the opinion from our lawyer. Just Tokyo celebrate the anniversary party. And yes, the positions of trust applications are open. So you can find more information about this on ayy.fi/stop. Students, this flag parade, please come there as well if you can. Dekkari 150 section committees have been elected. And we have celebrated our Tekkari Tradition Week. I took part in AYYE General Assembly in Kuortane. The application open for student representatives. Everyone please apply. This is our most important statutory task to nominate our student representatives to the university board. A SUL General Assembly will start tomorrow. We have 2 candidates for the president of SUL. For the president, Konsta, and for the board, Tiina. We have worked with Aalto on our annual cooperation agreement, where we describe what Aalto does to support AYYE's activities. We also met with Aalto's administration on the 12th of November, where the main topic was equality. About communication, our volunteer recruitment campaign has started. Please apply. Representative Council election communications are finished, and we are preparing the communication for the torch procession in the Independence Day. We also published photos about our anniversary and Lucky Laskers event on AYY's Flickr. And you can also get Representative Council overall patch here. But services, service office is open starting on the 24th of November on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 12 noon to 3 p.m. You can find the more detailed opening hours online and also exceptional hours. We will be closed for 2 weeks during Christmas time. And the telephone service will be still open on certain days. Then the reservation round for facilities, first round will open 25th November. Remember that. Yes, HR and administration, a lot of changes. Mentioned the two most important ones. So our communication expert started now, and also administration HR coordinator Mikko. Here a photo of Krista here, our communications expert. IT and digitalization. There are some problems with our member registry because Aalto's communication towards us isn't yet functioning as it should. We have fixed some of the problems, but there are still some to get it working as it should. The Repco elections, our voting percentage 27.72, better than I expected because there were so few candidates. But still, it's not a positive trend. It's 5.57% points less than in 2019. Treveas supplied Vakka electronic voting system. There were some problems with it, which were some of them were caused by the data transfer problems from Aalto. So some people who had the right to vote were missing. So we managed to add these 60 persons missing at the end of October. Otherwise, the voting system worked. It did all the manual work, meaning counting the votes. We didn't have to do it manually, which saved up resources. And for the scheduled elections, it was very tight, hectic, because we implemented the system in September and we organized elections with scarce resources this year, which is why the election system couldn't do the IT security check for the system, and the person responsible has told the Reps and Council about this via email, about this problem. And yes, that was the last slide. Thank you. So, opening discussion.
Okay, let's start from there, followed by Fielman. Alasalmi from Luova. Thank you for the news. I would like to hear more about the association grants, the operative grants. Where's the process right now? And this is to do with the fact that as a regular member and also lay members' point of view, it looks like the operational grants have not been handled very well because they've not been handed out, and we're halfway through November right now. A few points on that. It's quite impractical that you get money at the end of the year because this association doesn't really have any time to use the funds. And if associations have requirements, it would be nice that AYY would offer the things that it offers in a prompt manner. I think that there's no information about the process of operational grants for associations out as of yet. Yes, regrets and apologies that we have taken so long. We've had with regulations, we've been updating things, and since the community is waking up, the good news is that the regulation update, we will be updating the system, which is not very cheap for associations nor us. That's the one that we use to handle these applications. I promise to you that next week I will send information to all associations, and we will have a timetable because we will run out of year very soon otherwise. Next up, Fielman. Anybody else wishing for the floor at this point? Fielman Voltti. The election system check. Have you consulted it that this has been an illegal activity that regarding the audits? I can answer this. Yes, because it's in the regulations. We've said it so ourselves, and if we have created the grounds in writing why we don't have actually the resources to do this, and if the representative council considers the reasoning and grounds adequate, it's not illegal. It's not considered illegal. It's actually not in the legislation that this kind of statement should be drafted. And the explanations that we have sent has been sent to the representative council is actually considered as adequate. I also asked a friend of mine who was in another student union. It says that actually we have the fact that we have done this has been more than others have done. The other option is to use an extra 50,000 that we don't have if you look at the budget, which is kind of a budget framework expansion sum, so we're not actually small fries. It's just money that we don't have, and it's not to our interests to start spending money like this in items that we don't have resources with. You can, of course, disagree, but that's your right to do. I may add that this is like the statement states, this is a human thing that we had planned to do this, and our IT chief was undertaking this task, but it was not good enough because they couldn't have access to the system because the system provider would not grant them the rights because they were not an official. Or they wouldn't change this at least to a budget that which would have been plausible. Pyhälammi from Vihreämpi Aalto. I'm interested in this equality meeting with Aalto's leadership management. Yes, this was a meeting. We have 4 of these. This was with equality was the topic. We are, of course, we bring a topic and Aalto brings a topic, and we both brought equality, and we were talking about what on AYY's side should be done, and Aalto said that what's been done and what should be done. We have this EDI program. We're actually discussing in ARC this week, and it's kind of an Aalto auditing project, and we need to clear this audit So Aalto needs to pass this to be able to continue as a university. So they have chosen to do this, and we discussed the subject, and we tried to get this package of ideas that we could process further. Next, Pollari. Pollari from Schisma, from the regulation, that I agree that it's not we shouldn't do the audit. It isn't to our interest. We had to need to do a change since we need to do the open source code change. I hope that through next year we could look at the regulation again and think of how we can undertake the next elections in a better manner. Yes, of course, we will take this into account, and if it's not pertaining that AYYE breaks its own rules that they have set for themselves, that it has it set for itself. Another request for the floor. Jarden from Luova. Looking at the voting process and the timetable on the resources, we can be very happy. We should do better, and we could do better. How we looked at how the elections went, how they went, and how we thought on how can we improve, because it would be very, very prudent at this stage to do so. Not to do so in like 1 year when we start forgetting things. Through every elections that we have, we go through this setup where we looked at how did they go, what can we do better. But I wasn't there, so I can't say what was actually what were the fruits to be reaped from that meeting. But it has been undertaken. The Central Election Committee will request the report of the elections that will go through the problems and challenges. That the biggest challenge here that we would have needed one person more to be doing things, because I had to do the work of many individuals. So I'm happy that we managed to do the elections. Nevertheless, better in the next elections. I will fulfill some stuff here as well. We know that the voting percentages downfall is kind of a national trend that was present in other student unions as well. Tomorrow, when we have Sul's General Assembly, we will share experiences. Taio as a good example, who actually increased their voting activity from 15 to something like 49%. I would be very happy to hear from them that can we get good ideas or best practices from them, that how can they undertake this kind of leap in activating their voters base. Yes, they've also actually Oulu University Student Union has increased. It's quite high, I think something like 40% this year, and there's a clear-cut reason why the percentage is very high. It is that the voting is tied in with their student card ranking-ish system. Thank you. Other requests for the floor? No, it seems like not. So I will close the discussions for the subject. decided to place on record news from the central office. Thank you. Decided. Closing item 7, moving on to item 8. Good evening or good morning, Representative Council. Maybe I could get my slides so we can continue. My name is Rasmus Rohola, Museum Intendant. So the subject at hand is the termination of regulations for the Polytechnical Students' Museum. I get us a working clicker, maybe. Okay, here we go. Dramatic. So last fall we had this write-up of the termination of regulations for the Polytechnical Students' Museum. And during the presentation, I will talk about what have we looked at. And as a final note, I'll say that we feel that we should terminate regulation as it is no longer required or beneficial. This regulation was created in 2014, 2015 to ensure that the museum would stay in existence because it was not written down anywhere. It legitimized the museum's existence. It's also created this to save the means and measures of how the museum operates. And the latest was that we should update the regulation. We actually realized while looking into it that we don't actually need the regulation. And it hasn't actually not been followed de facto for the last year and a half. So the COPO is actually a lot more broader as a document than the regulation. Step, we'll go through the regulation. It's only got 8 sections. Should be pretty easy. There's 3 subject, which is the operation and collections of the museums, 1 to 5. Then the others that the interpreter did not have even time to read. So 3, 1 to 5, name and backgrounds. The whole regulation can be found somewhere. The existence of the museum has been legitimized in our actual regulations than rather the regulations concerning the museum. And the COPO actually covers the history in more detail. And COPO is being updated each and every year. The purpose of the museum and its collections. The regulation also states that the museum actually doesn't have a say in it, that it's kind of a service that we offer. It is clear to us how the museum operates. and then point fourth we'll continue later. The means of operation, it follows the good procedures for museums and ethical instructions that the museum has committed to when joining the UNESCO International Council of Museums. It's less binding than actually our own regulations. Of course, we shouldn't actually decide on a regulatory level of regulations on belonging to an organization like this. Collections, we have this, Corpo is actually already does this in more detail, so this is quite dated. All the collection archiving systems are pretty dated in the regulation. Uh, Section 5 talked about the archives, which is also why we have the Corpo. Item 6 concerns administration and the administration structure of the museum, which is pretty dated in about all aspects. We've had this regulatory board or board, which used to be relevant, but now is no longer relevant. We get all of this from the Helsinki City Museum nowadays regarding these required. And this board has never been de facto called to assemble. Item 6 also considers volunteers. Item 6 also, section 6 talked about the staff, the tasks of staff. This is not actually pretty. I am a museum worker, but I'm not mentioned in the regulation. Museum emblems, section 7, no need to actually set regulations on these either. Also, commendations on section 8, which were glossed over very fast. The interpreter is losing about 70% of stuff right here. So the board presents that the regulation be dismantled and terminated in total, because most of the essential parts are already in other items. Thank you, Rasmus. Opening discussions. Lars Salmi from Luova has a comment that it's a good presentation. You did the grounds on every item, but it looks very clear. Egerkrantz next. I agree. Good presentation, good grounds, good decision. If no other comments or questions have been presented, I will close the discussion and we'll move on to decide. The motion being that the representative council decide to terminate the regulations for the Polytechnical Students' Museum. Decided. Closing item 8 and moving on to, actually not moving on to item 9, but we will have a meeting break. We'll try to have meeting breaks often enough because there's not many of us here. We will continue a quarter past, which is in 8 minutes. So before item 9, we'll have an 8-minute break. Moving to break at 8 past 6. So returning from break at 18 past 6 and moving on to item 9, which is the final discussion on the association regulation update. Hello everyone, hopefully the microphone is on. Yes, awkward, but let's not let it bother us. So, talking about the association regulation, some go right to it. We have had 2 group requests for the floor, preferably only 2. And we'll have those on the board's comments. Thank you, Ida and Imran, for the update, which we have further then developed. You will get to read it soon and hear the regulation. You'll hear more on that through this presentation. What has happened since the last meeting, which got cancelled. Let's not go through these in very great detail because we've all received these group speeches prior, but some highlights that our classification is adequate, which is nice to hear. And also the increase in member bases from 7 to 10 is considered. That we can make exceptions with good grounds to this if needs be. So this we had some proposals for the change that we did not undertake. We'll continue with that later, but I'll return to that later. We decided that the board's decision on what would be made for benefits and stipulations but understandably so that we want to keep the power here. So we will have discussion on this. In terms of number of members, we also had the same thing. And that's about that. And finally, on these associations that we cooperate with every 2 years, we feel like we should biannually, or actually once per 2 years, update this on reporting on benefits and stipulations. We will monitor it so that things are happening in the manner that they should. On changes, earlier we've had that should have these items within 3 months. It has been 3 months in that usually have this association notice has been undertaken in March, but it's not needs be in March. It's better stipulate this to the association notice and not 3 months. The second change would be that previously we have not required bookkeeping for second list associations, but we will do so in the future. The second change to this item will be right here. Actually, a stylistic change. Or the association specialist that will do this undertaking in the future has been stipulated in the new version. Here we have some more detail and clarification. So every 2 years plus reporting. Added that change of assets does not bind with cooperative associations. And additional subject organizations that will add information on how an association can apply for a status like this. Here we clarify the word choices and add this exception that can be granted with good grounds. Then we've discussed the benefits and stipulations would be a separate document. The proposal for change that has place that would be the representative council, and our feeling is that we will not burden the representative council overtly. We'll have a discussion after this presentation. Then removal from the registry, same as before. It is the association specialist who should be notified, not the board, if an association wants to be removed from the registry. Here are more concrete things on what are required of associations. First have checking their member amounts. If they have less than 10, you should notify us or get more AYYE members, that is. So there's a criterion on that. And we have this agreement for advocacy, a written stipulation for subject organizational agreements with universities. If your association does not have this, you should create this. And we need to update the existing ones if you feel the need to do so, and if you say that you should. Also, with association that cooperation associations, we have to make agreements with AYYE, point of which is that we can ensure the associations the benefits that they deserve. And we as AYYE can give them. And the last is only applicable to a fraction, which is that all associations give their accounts in addition to the association announcement. When will this be implemented? It will require time that these changes will take place. We want to give you time. The aim is to be quite flexible. We don't want that these changes cause a situation that we need to disband associations for not following our criterion. We must have some criterion that this just doesn't go on for years. Hopefully you've had time to read the other items as well. So clearly you received this version that has this template. We cannot have an exact date. It wouldn't be grounded to actually have clear dates yet. Wouldn't be grounded. So that's why the timetable is mentioned X20 something something X. The association notice is the time frame denominator here. We want to stay flexible. We may grant an extension if needed. Apologies, there was a discrepancy in the sound which hurt the interpreters' ears very much. Hopefully we'll get this meeting's date here. So thank you. Thank you very much. Opening the discussion. And we've had one proposal for change, like I said, that has been placed accordingly. We'll take the questions first and then go through all the comments and then going through the votes then, etc.
Luoma from Luova. Associations within the student union are an important part of our community, and the student union support is very essential for many associations. For these obligations, when we decided on terms of a decision about the use of money, I think representative council needs to have a say on that. The board proposes that the board would decide on these issues, but I propose that this decision would be made by the REPCO, as is stipulated in our association regulations, confirming this document on the obligations of associations, that it would be decided by the REPCO, because the biggest reason for the REPCO to exist is to decide on use of money and on the student union's values, and these defining the obligations for associations are both about deciding on the use of money and on values, and that's why I think the representative council should have the right to decide on this document. The board checks these benefits and obligations every 2 years as in the proposal, and I don't think that we would need to update the document very often. So I think that it would not also increase the workload of the representative council significantly, even if this is set as a task to be done by the representative council. Thank you. Next, Filman. Filman Voltti. So I thought about the similar with Luova. There's section 8, cooperation bodies. says that the representing council needs to approve this approval for cooperation bodies, but the board also has the right to modify rights and obligations according to their own decision, their discretion. But we also think that this should be something that the representing council will have the final say on these rights and obligations. So we are now drafting a proposal related to this. Thank you, and Pollari and then Luke. Yes, I just want to agree with the two previous speakers because I think I have faith in the board, but it'll also be nice to also make sure that the community committee will be a tool that will actually be used. So this would make sure that these matters are also discussed by the community committee. And also in the old association regulations, it mentioned this 60% requirement, 60% of an association's members need to be members of AYYE. It seems to have been disappeared from the new regulations, but for some reason it's still stated in another part, but not in the part where it should be or where it has been previously. So why is this? Well, it's because the 60% requirement can be seen in the requirements and obligations of associations. So if they fit these requirements, they can be our associations. We also have our secondary register for associations that do not fulfill this requirement. So we have to be able to somehow approve associations that do not fulfill all the requirements. And this document our obligations and benefits. So that there are not that many more benefits than what association second list would get. Lori, do you want to comment on this? Yes, quick comment. Thank you for the clarification. I think the new regulations still authorizes the board to deviate from the requirements in individual cases, if I understand correctly. I have to admit that I didn't really understand the question. Could you repeat, please? So, for example, this obligation requirement of 10 members, do I understand it, the new regulations give the board to deviate from this requirement if they so decide? Yes, I will come back to it a bit later. Okay, next Lukkanen. And then Ylä Poikelus. Yes, Lukkanen from Schisma. First, I want to say a big thank you to the association sector for this reform you have done, for all the work. There's a lot of room for development and update, so excellent that you have found the resources to do that this year. But the update process, from my perspective, it has gone well for a long time. So before the REPCO meeting was cancelled last time, I think before that there was, it was brought up to the community committee as well. And we had time to discuss with the committee in the chat for some time, but it really kind of stir many emotions or needs for change. And it may have felt to you that you didn't get any input from it. But if we comment that we don't want changes, that's also an opinion. It's also input. That means that the version of the document is something that we agree on. Unfortunately, I noticed that now 2 hours prior to this meeting, there have been significant changes made to the regulations, which will change the meaning of several sections. So I feel that this hasn't gone through the proper preparatory process towards representing council that they should have. I don't agree with all of the changes, and because of that, I feel that this is very unfortunate that there has not been a possibility to even form our opinion with our own group. So, Luava, I want to give thank you for a very rapid reaction to this. But we really didn't have any time to discuss with other groups or give our opinion to the board because the changes were done so late. So now I want to make a proposal for change so that this will be sent back to preparation and we will decide on the document on the topic at the next RepCo meeting because I feel that we really need to discuss this more with the groups because there have been these small but significant changes have been done right before the meeting. Because regulations are in effect for a long time. So let's make sure that they are done properly. If I understand correctly, oh yes, I will now send a proposal for change to send this back to preparation. This item. Yes, please do that via the forum. Next, yes. Answer. Thank you for your beautiful words in the start, and I apologize for what you said in the end. It's very unfortunate. I agree. I understand that you want to submit your proposal for change. Now the speaker is breaking up pretty badly. Apologies. The interpreter couldn't get everything. Yes, yläpoikella Santen Vendeli. Yläpoikella von Kyntärenrangas. Understand correct. I will now. Can we continue the discussion even if there's a proposal to send it back to preparation? Yes, we can continue the discussion. First, I'd say that in our old regulations, it was just a requirement for a percentage of members that are members of AYYE. Am I correct that association can check with AYYE to see who are members, or do they need to have their own practices for this? As a related to this proposal to send this back to preparation, when I look at these changes and the discussion when we discussed about it, it was during the previous representative council. We now have a new representative council which has been elected. So I think the role of the regulations in this project, how does this kind of fit in with the big picture? I also want to comment on the discussion about the 60% restriction which has been removed. I think it's very clear that it's no exception that associations that do not have that many members of AYY, I think it's very important that we have that. For example, associations that cooperate with people in elsewhere than in Notaneme or in Espoo. So I think we don't need the 60% requirement. But there's my questions about AYY membership, how it relates to the association structure project. Johanna's project coordinator. Share via remote connection. So let's have her response. Can you hear me? Yes. Johanna Mikkonen, project coordinator. Want to comment on this proposal to return this to preparation, to specify, clarify, or want to ask what are the changes? Or yes, the only changes made just now is in section 14. which is about when these regulations come into effect. That's the only change that has been done just today. This is just the same as it was sent week before, except for this one part where we have changed the term of validity. So I want to ask if there's some kind of a misunderstanding here. I want to clarify this. So yes, this is just the one change that was done today in section 14. That is the only change. Section 14, entry into force. Just now answers to Yle Poikelus's questions first. Tulia, if you're still online, there's a question that can association people check the membership status of their members through us, or do they need to have their some kind of own channel or tool for it? Uh, they cannot. Yes, so they cannot contact us to check it. Yes, that was the answer. And what was the second question? I already forgot. Apologies. What is this role in the big picture when it comes to the association structure project? Pretty big. Just me and Johanna during this year at the structure project, and this is pretty much affects this. Just connected to this, we also have the update on the grants, which also affects the applications to grants. So hopefully we can get it finished by next year's association announcement. Also, our facility reservation period is affected by this. And also the document about benefits and requirements. So it needs to be written down there as well. And for this association structure project, we said that in order to finish this document, it's very important to also finish the other related matters. Because we update the other issues before this document, then we also have to update them once again, which is not very wise. Next, Vendelin and the Segerkrantz, and then we have Pollari and Luukkonen next up after that. Vendelin for Luova. With Luova, we feel that we will not have a proposal for change, except that we hope that the representative council will have the power to decide on the benefits requirements of associations, because we see this as a basic task of the RepCo. And for Luukkonen's proposal to table the proposal, we already don't see a reason for that. We only have a couple of meetings left this year. I think it would be good if we could decide it this year. So Luova hopes that yes, we will have a proposal for change, that representative council will be also involved in this process. And second grant, and if you want to have a request for floor, please raise your hand. But looking at the board to really both clarify what has really changed. I haven't had time to go through this new document, but if the board says that the only thing that has changed is one line, and you say that a lot has changed, could you clarify what that is? Because if that's the case, then we really should table the issue. But if both of you could answer, please. Thank you. Yes. I would also like to have clarification on what the changes are that you claim. Because the version that was sent to you with the invitation is the one that the board has proposed for 2 weeks ago. The only change that has been done today or this week is for section 14 about the entry in the force, the date when it will enter in the force. So that's the only change. There's been the discussion this week whether the date will be today or the start of next year. But that is the only change that we have done in the last 2 weeks. So everything you saw on the slides are the changes made 2 weeks ago, not made today. So the last slides that you saw, they were all changes made 2 weeks ago. I admit this may be my mistake. It seems likely now, but unfortunately, we cannot do any kind of version management ourselves because there are personal links sent by the secretary or by the chair that are not valid anymore. We cannot see the old versions anymore. We cannot really verify what has changed. I admit that this may be my error, that I haven't been careful enough when checking the version 2 weeks ago. Because I read the previous version very thoroughly. So this is my mistake, but I still want to see a situation where we don't have time to discuss these matters. And to be honest, I really personally don't have the kind of resources or the knowledge to make the changes I would like to. Second asked what are the changes that I'm talking about, where the biggest one is about how the accounting is mentioned in two places, which previously was removed to reduce the workload. So as the financial statements are now mentioned in two places in this version. Yes. Related to the decision-making process, I think it's very valuable that you state that if you're not ready to make the decision, then you say it. And of course, we take that seriously. It's always possible to bring this back to preparation. And I encourage you, if several of you feel that this should be done, then please propose to do it. But when we look at the schedule, I hope that we'll take into account that we only have one RepCo meeting this year on 9th of December. And next Thursday, the board will decide on the matters what will be in that meeting. So we only have 1 week to do the actual changes if this will be brought back to preparation. And during our work, we have tried to give you a chance, representatives of committees, to give their comments. But as was mentioned, we really didn't get any comments in the preliminary debate. And we're very happy to receive the comments you give us today. But I just want to remind you that we have a very hectic schedule. We have to make the changes within the week. Thank you, Luca. Do you have anything more to comment? No? It's okay. Just want to say that I want to apologize because I'm aware of what I'm asking, but I'm still asking for it. Thank you, Pollarienten Filman. Just to come back to the 60% requirement, I don't propose it to be added there. I just want to know what's the idea or vision here. what you want to achieve with this change. Many associations have said that they have kind of a separation between actual membership and non-voting membership between people who are members of AYYE and those who are not. So many associations, their own regulations have been adapted according to these old association regulations. So I want to just kind of hear what the vision is behind this change. Just practical reasons that we have regulations that do not contradict itself or with other documents. I don't know what else I can say because it's a practical issue. If we add the 60% requirement, maybe the some are left out. So I'm going to say that we don't want to play with you, stay out. So that's what would probably happen. Can I continue on that? When you look at this table about benefits and requirements, it says that for many benefits, it still requires the 60% membership. So that hasn't changed. And when it comes to other comments, it's unfortunate that in the preliminary discussion, we only received 2 group speeches. We, of course, would be happy to hear more comments back then. Thank you. Next, Filmanen Palosua. Yes, Filman Voltti. I think this current proposal is what's nice when you look at it as a whole. And it will also enable, for example, alumni associations to operate better if there's not this strict 60% membership requirement. But 2 questions. Have you asked about university? For example, their agreements with subject organizations. Are there some obligations stipulated by the university? And how the equality of associations is realized in this case? Yes, about the cooperation agreements. First, I or Johanna has talked with the schools, with the university, but we believe that the university is ready to make these agreements. Second question about just the cooperation associations. Their idea is to kind of provide benefits that we otherwise couldn't within the framework of this document. Do you have a follow-up question to that? Yes, I think the essential question here is about, for example, KY's status as a special status association. And all AYYE members can join it. And there's been Representative Council's decision that it's okay, but there's been some talk about if a cooperative association sets some requirements related to others. For example, Tokyo AYYE members can join it if they have completed one arts course. Yes, we intend to do individual specific agreements, maybe 4 of them. We'll look at it in more detail because they're also different, their operations. We cannot have a unified kind of agreement for everyone. We have to discuss with all of these parties separately. And yes, just want to also answer the first question about these cooperative agreements with the university. Tara and Johanna have not prepared this, but the education policy sector has. So, for example, KEM is a normal practice that they do this kind of cooperative agreements, and our education policy sector has prepared this, and we have talked with our deans and communicated them, asked them about this possibility, and the educational policy sector is now about to create a proposal, a template for this. Next, Palosuovi Järvinen.
So, Palosuo pro arte. Apologies that this is a bit of a meta comment. I just that I need to have your interest in that where we are. We've said that I didn't have the time to read these documents, and also said that I want that in the future that we will decide more on these documents. So there is kind of a weird discrepancy here. Yes, of course, we have one put on retirement, but I do not see it prudent that the situation will probably be the same in 2 years. So it's kind of a meta comment. So for the point regarding the paper. Next up, Järvinen, followed by Segerkrantz. Excuse me, Järvinen. I'd like to comment that wish for comments on the association regulation when it came. 29th of October meeting that was never held. The regulation didn't have these changes that this document that was sent 2 hours ago had. So the invitation to the meeting, the links didn't work, so you were unable to read it. So if you'd want comments for this regulation, then how can you comment something that you have not been able to see? I had this assumption that it was the same document, but it was not. So I can't comment on something I haven't read. Normal procedure that there's a document that you can comment, that you add the opportunity to comment, and then we have the item on the agenda. If there has been a situation, this is the first that I hear of this, that this link has worked, of course, this is not something that should happen. It's a very large problem in a sense that the point needs to be that the board will decide these 2 weeks prior that you will have it well beforehand. So I can't comment on why this has happened, but probably a human error. There was no access to these documents or something, but Luukkanen may comment for Milia for this item that I think what was the point is that when you get an appendix that have been included in a cancelled meeting, I have not tried to open these. I have assumed that this is the same document that was for the last meeting because the preliminary discussion phase did not hint that any changes to the document would have been made. I think that is kind of the background problem here. The first time when I had as a clear message for me is right, there have been changes sent 2 hours prior to the meeting. So this is kind of the wrong way to find this out. But all in all, finding this out this late, we had this announcement that, okay, changes have been made to this document, the document that was in the meeting that got cancelled. So that's kind of the challenge here. I may reiterate or depict here that what has happened is that the last meeting that was cancelled, the agenda of that was moved to this meeting. So this museum regulation, for example, it was moved as is, but in today's meeting we have two items where the board's template that we have decided 2 weeks ago have been moved to the decision-making stage, where it was not messaged explicitly that this has taken place, but in the meeting invitation it says that we are not in the preliminary discussion, we have moved on to the decision-making discussion. So thus the appendix has also been changed. Thank you then, Segerkrantz. Well, I'm a bit on the point that I have not even tried to open this item that has been sent a week ago. It's too late to kind of complain right now. You shouldn't complain if you haven't even opened the previous one. I want to second Palaso's point that we will be here quite late today. There's a lot of items on the agenda. If our repco in a single meeting, if we want 2 meetings for each item and we have this new document, more and more work followed by more and more work, you know that there's not even people to decide on these things because these meetings are so long. So I cannot, with good conscience, support either proposal for change based on the grounds given. Vendelin, followed by someone. Uh, Relying on the previous comment that have this document for the repco as well, the grounds is that if changes are made, we hope that if changes are made, they're being brought forth to the representative council. When we talk about how much work do we have as a reference council, we need to think on what items are actually being brought to the reference council, especially we talk about association requirements, stipulation, why we need to bring these to committees. And this is our representative council's decisions that is this enough of an importance that we want to burden ourselves continuatively with the subject. We feel that this would be an item that would be prudent enough to be brought forth. Kivala Salmi followed by Pyhälä. Even if it looks like the repco doesn't have the temerity to look at these items. Some items should be still brought forth, and I feel that this would be an item that should be decided by the representative council. Associations, benefits, and stipulations being the subject. So kind of cooperation between associations and things like this. It should be thus that this is why we request this and why I second this. You have the last request for the floor during the next speaker, so we can actually start voting. I will share this link that we've sent this email. We have been trying to open this item. without success, that is. Then take the board's response. Thank you. I'd like to give some background for benefits and requirements. Like said, most of these items are items where the representative council will make a decision regardless. These big things like budget, use of funds, in order for us not to bring these needless papers that are only need to be actually just updated. Or some items might be so that they might not be tied to, for example, the budget, or do not take up a lot of resources. But do we need to do these less important decisions? Do we need to do that? The representative council. Yläpoikelus next. Maybe I would like to divide these two proposals to be separate. In fact, the RepCo has the role to create these broad framework and give the board as much power as it can give it. I second Luova's proposal in the sense that currently when we've approved individual special status associations, this kind of helps that burden, the RepCo. We have the general discussion, so this makes a leaner amount of work. And instead of we've had these contracts that are updated every 2 years. We do that every 2 years. I don't see it as prudent. The same benefits stated in the document. Board should already have the representative council's discretion to create these kinds of deals, and the representative council shouldn't go through this, at least not in the Great Hall. If the RepCo so wishes, that is. Now that we've discussed maybe not having all the links, remember that you can also ask to bench a subject and to move it on to a next meeting. Otherwise, I'll take Lucas's comment and move on to vote. So we return this to preparation. Lukas. Skisma will propose to shelve this matter for now. First Vice Chair, I will need a quick check on the regs. So we need 5 individuals seconding the request to shelve the matter. Seconded. Järvinen Skisma seconded. This is the moment where you can second, otherwise we have 3, which is not enough. Olli Skisma seconding, 1 more required. Lahti next. Lahti Skisma seconding. Makes it 5. Now we have 5 representatives who request to table this matter until a later date, so thus will be done. It will mean to all representative council members that this item be handled in the next meeting. So on the board sends comments. Sorry for the fact that with this appendix, due to SharePoint technical reasons, all the reps and council members who don't have AYY sign-ons. Apologies for all the problems that the contacts on Telegram have been lost and we have not been notified of. When this is being tabled, we will go through this board template. Also reiterate that that it's a very strict timetable, or we'd like that we send this Sara directly so you can reach us. The aim is to do these things next week. Thank you. Do we have any other comments? No requests for the floor have been made. So moving to the side, we have 5 delegates who second shelving, so representatives Järvinen, Luukkanen, Pollari, Lahti. And Lampi. This means that the representative council decided to table item 9, being the final discussion on the association regulation update. Decided. What is it? The disinfectant gavel. Moving to item 10, the plan of action for 2022. Amelia presenting.
Yes, actually I have the clicker. Yes, and it works. Yes, good evening everyone. Let's cut to the chase. So, plan of action 2022. Now, here in this item, we have moved straight from the preliminary discussion to the decision. So this has changed since it was sent for the meeting that was cancelled. First, the kind of a description of the process. I keep forgetting that we had, but yes. So for the plan of action, we started working on it in summer. In June, the board had a discussion. We made a broad strokes talking about the plan of action and AYYE's finances. Now we'll go through in the following slides that what we want the action plan's contents and forum to be like. So talk with the financial director and the board of what the board's intention, vision here is. As I discussed with Elina, but what the process would look like. At the end of August, start of September, we discussed with the board and the steering group this kind of an introduction type of discussion, what the autumn looks like, agreed on the rules for the process. In September, the teams worked on it, where we had a discussion on what are our most important strategic objectives, what of concrete measures we could take to achieve these strategic goals. And the process was very similar to what the Representing Council did later on. And where was the comments from the teams, then the board and the steering group worked together, and we locked in the headlines for the projects. So what the points of focus will be for operations, and talked about these milestones so that we can present them to the Representing Council. We were supposed to have a discussion on this meeting that was cancelled in October, but luckily we got a lot of good comments to this document via Google Forms, even though the meeting was cancelled. So we had a preliminary discussion through Google Forms, in essence. Then we, in October, end of October, the board and steering group, did follow work based on this preliminary discussion, and then 2 weeks ago we got finished the board proposal, the template, and today we will hopefully decide on the matter. And as I mentioned, what were kind of the starting points for this when it comes to the content? Well, the clear consensus of our biggest wish is that we would have fewer projects. We have 30 pages in this year's plan of action, 15 projects. They are very detailed, the descriptions, which leads to a situation where we also have to report on them to Represent Council in cases where, for example, some kind of detailed changes, if you have, for example, a new employee. And so this workload in this reporting is also very heavy. Another big thing in the plan of action is that what are our continuous work, what are that we don't need to mention it in the document. For example, where's the different line between a project and our everyday work? If, for example, we have elections, should we have that in the plan of action? If any case we will have some kind of elections every year, whether repco elections or parliament elections or municipal elections or presidential elections. A very important point that was brought up is that we need to make sure that one person would have only be responsible for only 1 to 2 projects. So to sum it up, the plan of action should not be a document where we communicate everything that's important to AYYE. And then about the forum of the document, the board hopes that there would not be these long-winded, very long-term project plans, or long-winded, yes, that will have more shorter descriptions that are inspiring and clear. And that action plan could be a list of priorities that would be clear to us what we should focus on first. And then after that, we would have all the cool development ideas if we have the time for that and the passion. And that the forum would be so that it would be easy for anyone to get the gist by just by glancing at it. Then about our basic kind of principles, basics. We are in a really lucky position as an organization because AYY is full of people who want to make things happen and are passionate about developing our operations. We have a lot of ideas, cool ideas, how to develop our organization operations. The challenge with the plan faction has been that working on the plan faction in recent years has been so that we just come up with many projects, and then we only think about, well, we have the strategy. How could the projects be connected to the strategy? So now we have wanted to kind of turn this process around. That we will start with the assumption that now that we have the new strategy that we are very excited about, that the strategy should be able to steer our operations, our actions, and we should only be able to do things that will take us towards our strategic objectives. So we have started the process so that first, at the office and both at the representative council, we have looked at the strategy. So now, in 2021 autumn, what do we have in the strategy that are most topical right now that we need to work on? Then we have prioritized our needs, try to come up with the projects related to this, and then came up with a feasible plan of action. Because we have to do prioritization, even though it's very difficult for an organization such as ours. But we have to do that. We need to be able to focus on certain things, crystallize what's most important. Here, I will go through a bit the Representative Council's opinions and comments, how they're visible in our basic proposal. We got comments from the RepCo through Google Forms. There were comments on both strategic priorities and on the actual milestones and concrete measures that we should focus on. The RepCo and the office agreed on pretty much on both of these themes, which is of course good. It made drafting these basic proposals much easier. When we worked together with the board and the steering group, the management group, we went through the comments, compared them to each other with every headline in the action plan. Then we made this short list of preparatory actions so that we would have projects and measures that fit well together and they are equal in scope. Then we had to vote with the board, where board members could prioritize three most important projects underneath these headlines. And according to the comments that we received from RepCo, we had following themes that you can see here. For example, tight focus on the quality of student housing, student-centered fundraising, CO2 neutral AYYE analysis, volunteers, equality, etc. What was left outside the plan of action proposal, the Representative Council felt what was important, but we also felt that now that we are moving to this world of hybrid studies, it's very important that AYYE has a clear policy on what this means to us. But during this work in the autumn, we received good news from educational sector that this is work that has started this autumn and we will finish this autumn. So we felt that we don't need to add it to the action plan since it's about to be finished before next year rolls in. And we at the office, we also worked on the ideas in the action plan, what we would develop. There are a lot of mentions about well-being in our community. We felt that the plan of action is not the right place to comment on these management related issues. That's why we have, for example, the management group. Here we have our three main themes. So the forum of the action plan that will be sent to you with the invitation to the meeting. Kind of the layout. This is this kind of PowerPoint presentation, but we also want to visualize to make it make it prettier. If you approve this proposal, we have benchmarked ourselves from 2012 when it was pretty similar. So there's kind of a more kind of a story-based description, what the headlines mean. This slide was sent to you already beforehand, so I jump to the next one, to the concrete things. I have three slides here. Where are the three main projects and the color codes that you can see, the check marks, uh, would make it easier to understand what are the sectors that are involved in the project. First, we have digital flexible design, digital and flexible services, that is. First, we have service design. The gist here is to make all members would know what the AYYE is and what kind of services we offer. This may seem kind of a bit too easy, too simple, but really, we have the difficult task that it's not always clear to us that what are included in our services. It's of course obvious that the members who come to our service office, they come check out the keys, for example, that's a service, of course. But what kind of services do the educational policy sector do? How can we visualize our services on one page on our website, for example, so that under the headline AYYE services, we to do that. Then development of digital customer paths. Here actually you can see in a nutshell what it's about. We want to modernize our customer experience. We are moving some of our physical services happening at the office, making them electronic. For example, online payment methods, digital key management, and electronic contract systems and their undersigning. The last point is my personal favorite. We want to develop our housing and financial sector communication between each other, because when AYYE was built on the foundation of our previous student unions. So, for example, related to real estate, the kind of information is decentralized in many different places, it's scattered about. So it's difficult to find quick and easy answers to questions. So first we have to find out where we can find the information. Is it in some physical folder? Is it in an Excel file? Or in some other place? That's why we want to compile all this information into a kind of information database and then make sure that all these different functions that need to access this information, that they can access it easily and the systems discuss with each other. Then we have rebuilding the community, the next headline. So first we have supporting the volunteers, which was brought up as a very strong kind of a favored project for the European Council. We want to make sure that the volunteers and their work, we can find kind of a limits there to improve their well-being. We also want to improve their well-being by looking into what kind of training needs they have, listen to their needs, what kind of support they want. And what's important here is that the volunteers feel that they are heard in decisions related to them. Then the Ministry of Education and Culture, the Students' Wellbeing Project. This year at the start of the year, we got 100,000 euros from the ministry through the project application, which is kind of a cause of concern for us because it has been a typical example of that on top of our existing plan of action, we have project that doesn't have kind of clear ownership. So it's when we have very busy with the pandemic and other things, this excellent project is kind of a we don't have can't pay that much attention to it because we're not sure who is responsible for it. So now we have wanted to make sure that it's included in our action plan, that we have a concrete plan on what to do with this student well-being project. We have collected good information, ideas from the members, what kind of projects could develop well-being. We have the implementation plan, and that we would know who reports on the project to the ministry. And last here on this slide, the equality in the Aalto community, which is brought up in the news from the central office. I just discussed this with Aalto. Aalto administration, it seems that now is the right time for promoting equality, developing our equality work. One of the reasons is that Aalto is doing its own work on this team for the next 2 years. And I think that these equality issues will become even more emphasized now that we return to the campus live. So we want to focus on this as well. It's made up of 3 parts. We want to have our own equality plan that we don't yet have. Then we want to have a close cooperation with Aalto University so that we can find where we can cooperate on these themes. And we also want to have equality training and recognize what are the needs for such training. What's the target group? That so we can promote equality in the most efficient way possible. Then, and last, we have capacity for a sustainable future. You probably all know we have made a very significant, the most significant decision in our history, at least financial wise, to commit to the student center 8 million euros in total. So we want to focus in this project on active and well planned fundraising that we do together with KYNTF. They started the fundraising, for example, a workshop this week on the issue. But we see that the benefit here on focusing on student centers fundraising brings all the synergy benefits so that we can see how to do fundraising in the future for other projects. It would help on that. Next, we have the carbon neutrality analysis, which is related to our very ambitious goal of being carbon neutral by 2030. We already know that the biggest work here will be in our real estate, where most of our carbon emissions come from. We want to have form a clear picture of what all sectors need to do in order to achieve this goal. And then also kind of a dear project for the REPCO and for the board, the development of AYYE student housing stock. We can develop it in 3 ways: to have preparing design guidelines to support and enhance new construction, and also our various renovation projects, and also promoting the sale of selected locations. The one has we have decided to sell in REPCO meetings. As you can see, this is pretty different, this plan of action, than what you have seen before. This has been very intense this autumn when it comes to this project, which is reflected in the fact that I'm here presenting this, for example, not our former Secretary General. So it would also be very much easier to come here with the detailed project plan. Say that we have, for example, the yearly clock here, how to forward it each of the projects. Here, as a kind of a summary, what we will do next if you decide to approve our proposal today. So, concrete next steps is to lock in the persons responsible for each of the projects, and then under the direction of these persons, the teams can create more detailed project plans and the annual clocks. We go plan what kind of reporting we want to do towards Reps Council. We also want to hear your wishes and comments, what it could be like. And of course, now that we have made this basic proposal, the color coding here, our communicative method, but also want to emphasize that we have, of course, also talked with the different teams of the kind of resources we have, what kind of possibilities we have to commit to these projects, even though we yet don't have all the kind of detailed division of responsibility on each project yet. This autumn, we will certainly talk with the management group and the board on what will be the kind of big policies, major policies when it comes to our operational steering. We have similar documents like the board program, operational program, but we have felt that these documents haven't really served us in the way that we wanted them to. For example, the office plan that we were made every 3 times a year, it was a lot of work, and the result was an Excel with several hundred of lines. But instead, we have now come up with this AYY's project database, project bank, that we could use, for example, Trello or similar tool, because this autumn we got received a lot of good ideas, development ideas, what we could do in the student union, so that we would have a place where REPCO members could access, for example, so that we would see this kind of, for example, the priority if we have the time to do these extra projects. This would enable, first we have a piloting this project to our employees, then we could see how we could encourage our teams to use our strategy to guide their own work. We have the strategy where we see what our direction is, what our goals are, so that should be a tool that everyone could use at the office. I almost fell off. Apologies. Yes, and for further development, the way I see it, my vision is that I think it's a shame that we have to say no when we hear a good development idea. We have to say no because we don't have the resources for it to say yes, even if the idea is good. I think it would be great that instead of saying no, we could direct the people to this place where they could submit this idea and see all the other work that is planned and centralized in one place. Now I realize that forgot to have a slide of thank you, any questions or comments. But now, yes, now's the time for questions and comments.
Opening the discussions. First off, I reiterate to the representative council, what is the official document which is being decided on different? The official document is the one that has been sent with the meeting invitation. Notice that there are some slides which are same that we have in invitation materials, and that is the official appendix in 3 languages. The one you see right here. Go through the process and background. The essential, what we are deciding on is this, and this, and this, and this. So this constitutes our plan of action. Taking requests for the floor and questions. First off. Seppälä from Vihreämpi Aalto. Second, the plan of action looks very good. We have the sustainable future involved. Very good. As a general comment, it's good that we have this continuing activities, but I'd hope that we would have a specific paper that would be sent to the representative council who would have a better depiction of what AYY actually does, because we kind of miss half of AYY's activities. Looks very different. So a document where we could have decided by the RepCo. On the ideas bank, a very nice idea. I remember when it was proposed for the first time. Last time it didn't work, so it was actually buried quite quickly. So usually, if not implemented well, it tends to fall off quite quickly. So I remember the last idea. I hope that iterations have been made and not just trying to make this kind of invent the wheel again, as it were. Which kind of a sin for us it tends to be. Okay. Thank you for the comments. We recognize that our advocacy sector is an example of how hard it's actually to depict what we do in our everyday work. We'll put that down for advisory. In terms of the ideas bank, I think that Treu has this kind of a document to guide the everyday workings of the office. I will instead of kind of reinventing the wheel, we actually get something that works. I think it's a good result. Looks very nice. And kind of nice bonus feedback on the process we had for commenting. Would maybe think of the subjects that we had. We had really small ones, we had really big ones. So very rare at very rare times. I'd go with kind of a small office thing compared to like renovating the Tekari village. So it was kind of pretty hard. You've noticed my second idea or thought has to do with when we live in a very agile community, this is meant to help with reacting in sudden situations. Because currently the internal bureaucracy of the student union might be a bit stiff. If something needs to be done, that has not been placed in the plan of action. The bureaucratic process is quite a hefty one. If I actually got the question out of all that, is that what we've aimed to answer the problem from being that our plan of action has had this kind of large list of projects, which actually leads to the fact that when we have to react to something in a changing world, so we say that is our plan of action actually up to date? So it's actually a large process to do so. What we want to do here is to cut down on the number of projects so we can enter a situation where we're not kind of tied down. We don't tie down our resources. We actually have time every day to react to the situations as they emerge. Hope this answers your question. We've had the aim to take this into account and do the first point. Already got feedback on Google Forms that say length. We were aiming to find a solution to this. The essential point is that before the board had this final decision when we shortlisted these options on what ends up in plan of action, they were actually of similar length. And so we actually have actually the situation where one project talk about AYY's service rendering, about building this community by enabling all to meet each other. So it's kind of they are kind of different worlds. How much work you need to be doing. Alasalmi followed by Johnson. Alasalmi from Luova. This plan of action looks much more approachable than the previous ones. Of course, some issues kind of remain a bit vague. We mentioned this carbon neutrality analysis and AYYE stands on student housing development. We interpret this in a way that these surveys and plans will be taken to fruition or completion next year and will be implemented. All this kind of an ongoing process, which doesn't really have a deadline as per se. Will this kind of action enable organizing a large scale event or not? How will this be how should this be interpreted? Come to these guidelines. I'm not in the know for student construction. And I don't know how these legislative or binding contracts and stuff like that work. To the degree we want to be able to resource information because we don't have these kinds of things readily. If we want to start a project, we have to start like, well, what kind do we want? Should we have these one-room apartments or studios or what? Instead of that, we should have one clear document which we could open when we want to build more. Isn't the answer, but we'll get more details as we can get to the project level. But this kind of an instruction package could be drafted and should be drafted, and we can update it. It would be made next year. Similar with carbon neutrality survey, we are already kind of in a hurry to be able to resource. Currently, don't have a sustainable development expert here, so first steps from the start of the year that we should maybe recruit somebody who starts on the survey. And this being done, we can take the steps. Of course, this carbon neutrality has to do with our real estate and the large project pertaining to it with the student center and the current sale of current real estate, new construction. We're living in a situation where we can move these large building blocks around. We also had a question on events. Specifically, we as a student union have this kind of strategic listing, which is AYY's events. First category is most essential in the sense that all events in the first category, we commit to these. We as a student union will promise to ourselves that we will make them, regardless of whether or not all of our volunteers are homesick or whatever. If the volunteers can't make it, it'll be the board, it'll be the staff, or whoever there is, but will be organizing first category, like the general annual celebrations. Possible to make these possible to make changes if the representative council feels that we want to increase an event or stuff like that to the plan of action. That's possible, but the template is what we've presented to you here today. Next up, Johnson, followed by Fielman. Fielman, followed by Wendelin. this plan is more easily approachable. The issues that we had in the previous plan of work, 2020, we have a bit less. We have about 9. We used to have 14 items, but the earlier plan of action had these sections that were very clearly listed, who's doing what, with what resources, etc., etc. These things are issues which the representative council needs to find out. And not in the plan of work. Where can you actually find these informations out? From whom? In what timetable? Current stage, known resources, and the timetable schedule. So it's kind of a goal. Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you for that. This plan is very general. Like on the last slide, we have mentioned that the next steps that we are undertaking are to do these discussions on what charge, timetable look like, what are the concrete list issues that will be taken in a manner which is clear, clear on the general level. So it's very much what is the thing in mind comparison to the potential point where we are in kind of an out of our comfort zone, like what we're actually deciding. So it's about this burden of this whole process. How we have worked this is that we made these very, very detailed project plans. We might have had for each team, there's a lot of work to create these plans. Just that first, the board will look like, okay, nice plans. We will take these. There are kind of the other parties looking at. So it's kind of not a nice process for our volunteers. We first require them to create these plans, and then come back with, okay, nice thoughts, but no can do. That's something that we try to change this process on a higher level through these strategic levels. Maybe depict a bit on what these would. So it would be for our teams. It would be better and more kind of meaningful to plan things. Mendelin followed by Fielman. I'd like to also thank the board and that this is a very, very easily visualizable program. Very, very successful. In addition, I'd like to next year's board kind of this challenge, making this community restructuring, talking about equality, AYY, but also arts and their participation in this community. Personally, I've had the pleasure to talk about many students that have felt that AYY isn't their student union. So this is something that should change because if you don't participate in tech kind of things, you don't feel like AYY is your student union at all. Of course, we've had other things during the pandemic than just including the arts people, but what's troubling is that we have less and less arts people to represent the council. May I hear your opinions on how to actually include the arts people? I would hope that this would be taken into note when undertaking this project. An excellent point. Thank you. People will be listening very intently to these arts. I'd like to, like for example, Arte post-mortem that we had this we had it, theme with the Aalto leadership that will be definitely notable as well. How can we ensure our arts people to equally participate in student activities in various different ways? The next year's board should hear on how can we ensure this. Agree with Emil's earlier question, how will the Ripco find about these project plans, find out about them? That this will be something that I will give more information on, especially with Otto and see, but I don't see it as impossible that when these plans have been drafted, why couldn't we give some emails, have a link to a SharePoint file where you can find these project plans? If we have plans which are detailed, why this information is not being actually shared? Yes, then Fielman. Thank you for the answer. We're thinking that whether or not we should have this kind of two-stage plan of action. First, we have these goals, and followed by at least information on who's in charge of what. So could you see this as a possibility in the future, and with what timetables? 1 month, 2 months? I don't see it as impossible, but the will I be the board chairperson? I will probably not. So Otto may answer this better, but the last of the year is quite strict for us in terms of timetable. As I see it, it's prudent that before Christmas we have kind of a detailed plan ready for each objective. Uh, Earlier, later, I don't see it as prudent that we could get information during the summer. It is possible that we have some projects that are not being kind of made from the 1st of January to the last day of the year. Might be made in 2-month cycles. Otto will hopefully answer this. Also, if you have last requests for the floor, take it during this quick rebuttal from Fielman. Otto will answer, actually. Thank you, Milia. As mentioned, I don't see how we can present these kind of project plans to the representative council. Of course, we're doing this that the project will move forward. I can't say on behalf of the office and each and every member that what will be the deadline for having a project plan ready. We should start implementing from the start of the year. So these will be undertaken. Ala Salmi and the last requests for the floor. Next, Ala Salmi from Luova has a comment that let's communicate on the projects as they're being updated and done is very good. Hopefully the board will actively communicate regarding projects. So like we have not just when we have the proposal ready, but everything else. So maybe as an example, this carbon neutrality analysis at the start of the year, discuss that maybe get something in the year we didn't really get that much information, how they're progressing, Has there been any problems? Get more input, maybe even more actively. In this sense, we will develop ourselves. We try to improve our ways of reporting. If during June meeting 5, when I did the whole 15 item depth, if you weren't there, we'll still have the material, especially regarding reporting Repco. If you have like these and these items, not tutorial, but we would like to hear about X. You can always send me an email. Then a last request for the floor. Lahti from Schisma. This is good that this is a higher level plan. It will make the work a lot easier on the office end of things. It's definitely something we would centralize the communication. We communicate to the Repco and the members like we have these long lists. Nobody will read these. You will understand if you read this, you will not understand on what you've actually read. You will find that strong communication is like if a Repco member, an average Repco member will understand what he said. This clear. Similar discussions we had with the board, like one of the topics, which was services, and we are in a tough situation. Like especially like these have to do with our real estate projects. We need to have like have a jargon there. Like we have documents pertaining to steering of the planning. They need to have a name, but it's not clear to all the REPCA members or all our lay members. Like what does this actually mean? And we recognize this problem. We're trying to find a communicatory solution to this.
Thank you for the discussion. Closing discussion now. We have a proposal for change for this point. The proposal is that the Council decided to approve approve the plan of action for 2022, closing item 10. And before moving to item 11, we will have a 10-minute break. So we will move on to the break at 8:05, which is now. Yes, next up we have Monica presenting the next item via remote connection. Good evening. Just a moment. Share my presentation with you. Can you see it? Yes. Great. If I would see it myself, it would be great. Because for some reason I am not seeing it. Yes, so if Annika, if you could share the presentation, switch the slides. Because for some reason I cannot see it myself. Yes, we can do that. Just a moment, please. But yes, I'll go ahead and start. For in this item, I will present the economic review from January to September, and also the outline for the budget framework for 2022. This is the presentation that I intended to originally give, and I thought that we would have had the preliminary discussion on this in October. So I've asked that for the budget framework proposal, that I could get the comments and questions in the next item on the agenda. Of course, you can already ask questions now, and you will should receive the answers in the next item on the agenda. But if you have kind of a lengthier comment, it would be better if they would be written down under the next item in the agenda. But yes, let's get started. There are no big changes, really. In this third quarter compared to the start of the year. The coronavirus pandemic still affected our operations from June to September, and our finances. The best kind of a portrayal comparison of the realized figures between this and last year. It's pretty much the same level. Yes, apologize that you're attending remotely. I would very much like to be there, but I fell a bit ill today. And I really have a small display here, so it's very difficult for me to see the presentation. But yes, the financial point of view, situation looks good. We consider the framework. The biggest changes in our community and advocacy, and also in communications. There are less expenses than we budgeted. What was already mentioned before is that the grants, because they were paid a bit late last year, that's why the figures are also a bit late here. And here in the purple, we have the budget framework draft. And here in the rightmost bar, we had the budget for this year. Of course, we try to break even. And are not proposing any big changes. We don't have that much leeway here. So that's why there are not that many changes. Of course, we won't want to have those changes that much. We'll move on to the next slide, please. The fundraising. For membership fees. Are pretty much the same level this year as last year. There are still some membership fees to clear out to do these calculations. I think the most important thing here is that the board is not proposing increase to the membership fee. For next year. For the profits of our investment, we are proposing an increase to the framework, 50,000 euros increase. And administrative charges, there are a bit more of those from our real estate because it's calculated directly from the team's expenses. There are some small increases. About half of them will go to real estate, to the housing sector, that is. For fundraising, as you can see here, we propose that profit from investments that we would take more from them to our association activities, and yes, a bit more administrative charges. I also want to remind you that different teams, the net expenses, that there's also income from fundraising. So the good profit year this year and also last year. Our investments have gone well during the pandemic. There have been a few dips, but yes, we had more increases than decreases in our investment profits. Let's move on to the next slide. Our community. Personal costs is only the item that has exceeded the budget. We took some additional resources from association for our association issues for this year. And then so kind of the budgeting was pretty low here for personal costs, so that's why we exceeded the budget. For next year, got the budget at the same level as this year because our producer resources have been decreased to the same level as it was in 2019. For our common costs for the community, we are going under the budget. Probably we will spend it by the end of the year Same goes for the events. There are a lot of expenses that have not been entered in the books yet. But I would say predict that the supplementary budget outside the framework, it may not be enough, but that's just my prediction. We have not yet paid the grants to associations. And also for new students and tutoring. For budget framework, we have budgeted, we have the collective agreement increase is on the horizon. We're not yet sure what the results of the negotiations will be. The negotiations haven't yet even started. But it's very likely that there will be an increase. And yes, for the events, we made a bit of an increase because we didn't have the anniversary budget for this year at all. For grants, we are proposing a cut, but no other changes for the community budget framework proposal. Moving on, advocacy. There are some of the budget still unused. Hopefully, we can use it by the end of the year. We're proposing changes to the budget, except for a bit of increase to personal costs to the salaries. And the next slide, member services. So bigger increase in our common income and costs. We'll probably adjust it a bit by the end of the year. I don't think it will be this big the deficit in the end. And for our rental of facilities, it's very close to the budget. For our rental facilities, a big change for next year is that our bookkeeping, the entry method will be changed very radically. So what is visible here in this section are one-time rental facilities. They have been separate from this reporting, but we feel that this would be the right place for them. For the income and expenses of one-time rental facilities. And also ARA gave us a warning about this issue when the one-time rental facilities are not at the disposal of the tenants. So we'll have some expense estimates for the compensation paid to tenants. A budget for this year, for next year, more expenses than for this year. And this means that we need to do some measures to increase our profitability in order for us to reach the budget figures. Now it seems that we will not reach the budget this year. This line here, budget, it seems a bit, yes, it's kind of confusing here. I have to fix it. There's a bit of an error here, I think. Or then there has been some income has been added here without my knowledge. I'd have to check it. Next slide, administration costs. No big changes to what was budgeted. But here we can see that the office was closed for a long time, so expenses were lower than budgeted. And for our personal cost for our administrative staff, a bit bigger than was budgeted. We're about to make a big increase to this item because already increases the resources in our administration team and also change our organization a bit. So Annika is responsible for both administration and IT side. There was no big changes to the budget. Not having their Repco elections next year is of course taken into account here. And for administration costs, had to take into account that some of these costs are moved over to the housing side. Next, we have communications. Where we budgeted more personal costs than we have used. But for next year, we will keep the budget as is in communications. For the student calendar, there's been some expenses because of notebook, but for next year there will be no notebook, so no expenses. Other communication costs went over the budget. I believe it's because of our additional translation expenses, and also we've been understaffed, so we have used translation agencies more than what we had budgeted. But the budget will stay as is also for other communication costs. Last, we have our support functions that contain our most significant items that exceed the budget. Here we have our extra surveys and reports we have done, especially this year. Our group structures change reports used to verify the requirements from ARA. And also otherwise we have these one-time measures, used experts, etc., which is why we have exceeded the budget. In our common finance costs, also our common real estate costs, we have exceeded the budget somewhat as well. Currently, we don't enter most of the housing costs into this section. For IT, we have gone over the budget. A lot of purchases to be marked down as expenses before they've been marked down, entered in the balance sheet. But yes, they have been very good purchases. So hopefully, so we don't see it prudent to kind of cut back costs in this regard. That's why the budget is very close to last year's budget. But we hope that the purchases we made this year, that we wouldn't need to do them next year. And we really can't propose increasing this either, the budget for this. Many associations said activities also focus on the real estate side. So that's also a reason why we don't enter them here. But yes, here we now have the economic review of association activities complete with the budget framework. Yes, receive. Feel free to ask any questions. But comments, I would ask you to refrain them until the next item. Thank you, Monica. Opening discussion. Yes, we are now discussing the economic review. We will discuss the actual budget in the next item. Film.
So, Filman vote. Does this have some sort of bug with this presentation because it mean green is negative? Or am I just being dumb? Well, I don't feel that you are stupid or dumb, but say that this Excel base that has been we've migrated up. If to change the twiddle about with the settings. It has had a lot of bugs, so on services side, it's possible. We've had several bugs, but apologies. There's a clear error in coloring. Then I will say that it's probably the presentation that's at fault. Any other requests for the floor? Next, Johnson. Any other requests? The proposal is that the council decide to place on record the economic review of association activities from January to September, closing item 11, moving on to item 12, preliminary debate on the budget for association activities. Thank you. Let's see, Annika, see if this is better now. Sharing. Since I can't enter presentation mode, it looks like Let's see. Yes, it's working now. So we're on the preliminary discussion. I feel that it's prudent that we'll have the preliminary debate before any decisions are being undertaken. I'd thought of this as a three-stage process, so we can have participants from different various areas. Actually, we got lots of survey results from various groups, and we have been able to gain vision from the RepCo already at this stage, and it's where it's very important here that we get a framework going, get budgeting soon. Very many of you are very experienced at this, but let's reiterate the purpose of budgeting. Tell about our challenges on the development of the process of budgeting, tools, followed by group speeches and debate itself. Also, we want to have a group speeches when asked that previously many groups wished to do so. It would be wonderful. As to the process of budgeting itself, this presentation will be different from the presentation sent to the previous meeting. I had shared it on SharePoint, but it's still not on Insight. We'll ask you to migrate it there tomorrow. Mainly budget and the same. I feel that this kind of work in terms of budget and of course guides us in using our finances in the best way. We of course know what the will is our funds. We're on the framework level here, and hopefully we communicate through good speeches is that we may, well, the teams and cost that individuals can actually look at how funds will be used. The reiteration, 2019, we had a long-term plan highlights that we had because AYY hasn't had a plan which includes the Euros long-term financial plan. So some student unions have a kind of a long-term or medium-term financial plan. Hopefully that we would draft something like this. I think that during the starting years of AYY we had this reporting model. We could get these changes that I've asked for previously. But so activities should be done so that through the framework without any cuts, implement new ideas without any cuts. in taking account of the financial side of things during my time has improved and is more and more a point of discussion. So it's wonderful that we have a financial side of things. And we noted that we have a person with financials in the board. It actually helps quite a bit. I can't participate in board meetings. There's so many of them, but an important thing on the 19 new ideas can should be implemented. We need to ensure this within the framework. This is something that we haven't yet managed to do. Uh, Clarification and reporting is as things actually take place there, but feels like it's hard to get these frameworks without our sustainability is an issue here. And talk about sustainability in 2019. Moving forward, at least last year this was visible. Usually during the fall, this is visible. Point that how these things should be in relation to one another and the big picture for them to be in order. We shouldn't do things which we can't afford. Outside our budget, have a portion in the plan of work, of course, with real estate that's which we do need to undertake all of these. It's good to note that in the financial team we have a budgeting process, quite a complex process to budget our real estate. It'll be approved. We're going through the budget housing team, for example, increase in rent will be approved by the board. It's good to know that our association activity budget is not an entity that is not all of the budget. And also in the long term, we have tools, being the strategy and the long-term financial plan and investment plan. What we've been forming my tenure here. I think our investment plan is starting to take shape quite nicely, especially because we've had the opportunity to use the representative council's the approved specific budget on campus development. The budget and investment program, they form big picture here. So our motto for 2021 is like, let's do less and communicate more. We've done less because of COVID, but with how much we've actually so we have COVID and we do, and there was this talks of co-op negotiations, etc. And what if we end up in a situation where we have to do co-op negotiations? So pretty hectic, pretty burdened, and we wanted to communicate more. But it feels like this might be kind of my opinion that the idea was that we communicate more. Some things we might have communicated more in some things, but in others, final discussions where we talked about have we communicated fairly? We will information communicate more in the last meeting to come. So communication require even more in terms of resources. But prioritizing, I don't know if it's always challenging, but for us, it's challenging. Probably not in the as an example, I can say that talk about earlier today we were discussing benefits to associations and the rights, all that group, because we have these documents that guide us in our activities and the office follow. The thing is that if if you remove a benefit requires very many document updates and rounds, there are of course the processes, hence that's the out prioritizing will be bigger than us. For example, if we have the opportunity to create something new, that we necessarily don't need so many updates. New things have been committed to without forcing things without forcing people to evaluate the effects. Yes, well, this means maybe that is a challenge. Don't necessarily find new things or come up with an idea. We might necessarily have the temerity or the knowledge to ask how will it bind us in the future. And this is something that is a challenge for us. And we are as as association services for members, services we have, they don't want to relinquish any gained benefits. So out prioritizing is very hard. Luckily, for some, the services provided are important. So we're in a situation where we want to do a lot, but it would be good to have a good success rate for that profitability. We of course have lots of technical challenges. These are not have not changed. Maybe as an addition that we managed to create a new BI reporting system that we believe actually yet a budgeting system, but we set up our frameworks also. This is our budget, so it helps us in many ways. But sorry, Monica, I'm sorry I have to um, interrupt you. We lost the presentation. If you stay, we're on the same slide you make. Can you? Aliland is linking here. So still on the same slide, talking about technical challenges, which is quite descriptive of our technical challenges right now. We have the cost center challenges. It's something that we can't solve through systems. They require lots of work. And what's our will? We had more acute challenges. We had an ARA checkup that took 2 years. Want to uniform all things with that. So we have the knowledge or associative side. We should have quite things, but we are working with ARA. We've done the consortium framework changes implemented. We've had challenges in the budgeting responsibilities were spread very far out in our organization. So the entirety was not actually pictured by pretty much anyone. So in the leadership team should know framework and so we are budgeting the same framework and according to the framework, not just budgeting from the bottom to the top, which was kind of our way of operating in 2019. First, we just budgeted all places, and then we started outsourcing them, axing them down. But then here in the comments, okay, there's kind of a lots of mixed situations. You still see me? We are having some. We can see the picture here now, but that, of course, there's an IT problem. It's usually my fault. But in this case, we can see. Maybe you could share the screen. It's not your fault this time. It's the system. We are still because we have lots of technical challenges, we'll use it. That because the comparative knowledge is problematic due to COVID. We talked about reporting, how reporting has changed. We look at information from 2019. Of course, we have new facilities and things have progressed. The ways we use facilities have changed and reserve them. So it's hard to predict some of the things pertaining to the budget. And like I said, ARA, we've had certain changes. As an update, it looks like your presentation is moving forward and working. You may move forward. So can we be a bit faster so we don't sit here until midnight? Yes, we've done tackling of challenges. The leadership team participated in the Repco as well. We've made these tools, things that have been formed at the office. Um, quite more views on are the correct, important, important in guiding. Then on the budgeting, we've been working on the budgeting since the summer, tables, etc. The work steering group in accordance with the board. We've done mapping and prioritizing, some surveys as well to the groups. We've had lots of answers with that, so thank you for that. And we've done work based on survey results in addition to group frameworks. A very tough framework. We have these cost center framework which undertake these during next week and the week after that. Here is the depiction. We have a meeting on the 25th of October was cancelled, so it's kind of a combination. We've had two in the Financial Real Estate Committee where they've given a green light to our suggestions, and mostly we've had comments to which we've been able to answer. And after this meeting, it is with the work groups. Task we should get the budget finalized and the leadership team, and we could get the approval for the budget. Let's hope that we wouldn't have lots of changes in the budget frame. If so, we have comments so that the last meeting we wouldn't have the situation where the budget framework would be changed a lot in the very last stages. And as a recap, know that you've been asked and choice of tools, also been able to take into account your development ideas. We also ask comments on budgeting. Thank you for those. Hopefully, we'll answer we'll answer this by email and shall clarify things. That our proposal is that we increase the budget for inflation and just annually. It wouldn't need a requirement of this magnitude because wages are, of course, at some stage we can increase our profitability. We don't need to increase the framework, but in addition to this, when the budget framework was being drafted, we saw that we need to fulfill the corrections and the write-ups. And we are not proposing an increase in membership fees. Just and the chairperson was about that we unified no at this stage. We as a board are not proposing an increase. And it's kind of a made to board because it's kind of a nice budgeting in familia. But our the interpreter's voice is breaking for some reason. The idea here is that in reporting is that you can see in the picture that if we wouldn't have housing activities, the community being the greatest ones, then we have administrative support activities. The next biggest would be advocacy, followed by service activities and communications. They're two smallest ones. The sizes are a bit weird in the sense that we have these expenses where we have gathered, for example, certain kinds of service provider costs that might concern all of our teams, a large portion. It's good that with good grounds we can get change them into the housing activities. So in terms of prioritizing, here are some tools. Large grand ideas have been presented, but we have two tools per topic. We have things pertaining to associations, volunteers, the tool, those single rental tools, and then event relating tools. We also have the tool to increase the framework, and these two latest ones being general tools that we actually balance our finances so that we know what our entire costs will be. Of course, activities. Where placing it where we have the biggest impact with that. So good question. Survey that. Do we know which has the largest impact? Not necessarily, but at least with the survey, we should aim towards that and that analysis. The representative survey, we had 7 answers. Let's answer that. Both rings. Of course, there's a lot of breakdown on that, but looks like very little feedback on the tool. So very responsible answers in general.
And there are some of these in the red that we just place a special emphasis on. When taking into account the results of this survey, they're pretty much in line with what we discussed in the management group and the board. Yes, they're here actually. From these 4 categories, select at least one tool with a big emphasis. Thus, cutting from the association grants rather than reducing services offered to associations, volunteers, and of equalizing these recreational budgets for volunteers, because there's a lot of big discrepancy between different volunteer groups. And especially the representing council said no to change the pricing of one-time rental facilities. This is the biggest difference between Pivot Office and the Repco. Because we felt that we don't want to reduce the number of volunteer groups. Yes, and then for one-time rental facilities, prioritize the reduction of the free use of facilities. And for events, rather making events more inclusive to have bigger coverage than reducing the number of events. And increase the framework based on the inflation. There are many grounds for a proposal to increase the framework. And we are not proposing this on light grounds. The board felt that they would not want to propose this, but also for other reasons, it now feels that we had to make some very unreasonable cuts if we would not increase the budget framework. And our resources are very scarce still. That this is not the right place to make personal cuts. As the alternatives are worse than the increase in the budget framework. And one thing you should take into account is that the sale of our apartment buildings, we made the decision previously, and just to let you know, it's in a good spot now. Our goal is to start the sales process at the start of next year. Today we made an agreement on that. Yes, we have a point of order here first, and we are also running out of time for the use of this hall. So please, if we could go a bit faster. Apologies. Yes, of course. Maybe that's about it. If you have looked through the material beforehand, there are the justification for increasing the budget framework. So now please the questions and maybe the group speeches after that. Thank you, Monica. Opening discussion. So we'll start with the questions. Yläpoikellus. Thank you. To ask, since there are these long-term recommendations proposed, has the financial real estate committee been utilized in this? It should be a very expert body that prepares these matters for the REPCO. Well, actually, there haven't been real estate and finance committee meetings, at least that I know of. But that would be, yes, a good body for this issue. And then, yes, please keep your speeches also answers short. Filman and Pollari. I want to add that, yes, there will be no meetings, but yes, increase the framework to 600,000 euros, but then it also states that would not propose to increase if there's not an instrument for that. So who is actually making the proposition, since there are two contradicting statements here? The board, according to this outline, the draft that I presented, the board is proposed to increase the framework based on that. And these tools that I presented first is for prioritization, cutting on the overall grants, evening out the recreational budget of volunteers. That will not be reflected in the framework, but this is something that was asked for within the framework, which would also open possibilities for more profitable events and allocation. So yes, we have to make some changes in the one-time rental facilities, especially to reach the budget framework. And also making events more profitable is something that we can do to stay within the framework. So there are the proposed tools and also proposal for to increase the framework. Philman have anything more? No? Okay. Pollari and second crunch. Pollari. Pollari from Skisma. Previously when we discussed this, is that we have said that 550,000 euros is the maximum for sustainable use. Yes. But it's been justified by inflation, for example. It would be nice to Here, what are the long-term effects of this increase of 50,000 euros? I think have always thought that the framework, when taking into account our investment portfolio and its increase, if we can get our net costs in order for the student center, and if we also get money from selling our housing, our apartment buildings, then we really can make this increase to the framework. The last year also asked the representative council to also take into account that deciding to go on with the student center project will affect the framework. But on the investment side, we have a very good situation because every year. So moderate, well-planned increase is possible in this situation. And yes, the board will also fill in that yes, this is also something we have asked them. Talk with the Real Estate and Finance Committee, and we have talked about the framework. The way we understood is that financial committee has made a new kind of situation report, and they are okay or happy with making this moderate increase, and that it's also our finances will remain sustainable even after the raise. Yes, now the questions at this point. But after the questions, you can have your group speeches. Please let us know beforehand. But yes, now Sega grants and then the group speeches if we have any. Our kind of a very dumb question, but confused because we are talking about the increase to the framework. Does it mean that we will take the money from our investments, or what does this framework increase mean? Does it mean that we try to get more income and less expenses from with these tools that were shown on the screen related to events and volunteers, etc.? And to understand correctly, if we take it from the investment increase, does it mean then and the financial committee also agrees that 600,000 euros is a sustainable amount for the budget framework? Well, actually, the financial committee is willing to say that it can be increased, but we have to assess the situation every year, of course. And all these other projects, for example, the student center and the sale of our apartment buildings, and whether we will allocate part of the profits from that to our association activities. But yes, this would, in essence, it would mean that we will take 600,000 euros from our investments instead of 550,000 euros from the investment for association. And that's something we can take, the sustainable. And we also have the building expenses coming up from the student center. When we did the budget framework, original investments were worth 20 million. Now it's much bigger. The framework was a bit oversized back then, scale to our problems. Fortunately, the investment portfolio still has grown. So based on this analysis that we have done, especially in the investment section, we think this is a sustainable decision. Yes, pollari. And yes, please try to keep your, especially the answers, short. Corporate relations have been a kind of a pain over the years. Can talk about these investment profits. To give a quick comment on what the role of associations is in the corporate cooperation is increasing this. Corporate cooperation have been moved under associations because some of the profits were there came from there already. And this also sparked debate that it was hard to see the big picture when it wasn't under associations, the corporate relations. Hopefully, they will now make good profits, and especially we will focus on the student center in that regard. But hopefully, it will have a big impact on the profitability of events, the corporate cooperation. Thank you. Now, if you have prepared group speeches, now is the time for that. Do we have them? Walter, you can go first. Filman for Walter. In short, we see that for Tekra 150 year, we need to use some of the money also for that. I think the Tekra section will need to be able to continue with the same resources as before. For the 50,000 euros have been used in TPI, which should be directly moved for the Tekkari festive year. Thank you. Yes, apologies, the connection is breaking up a bit once again. Yes, vihreämpi Aalto next. Very hard to make out. One thing, vihreämpi wasn't ready to. The interpreter cannot make out anything of the speech because the way they are speaking into the microphone. Yes, apologies, I did not get the question because it was just could not make it out. Shamsul? Thank you, Petra, for the summary. Any other group speeches? Apparently no. Well, Milja, do you want to answer? Comment on all this speech? I want to correct this persistent rumor around Pekka's 150-year corporate cooperation income. The board firmly believes that if we have volunteer who does voluntary activity to corporate cooperation, then it means that of course they will get the profit for it for that event because they have gained the money. And of course, if they sell something for the companies, they assume that the money that they give will be used for this thing that they have wanted to support. So this corporate cooperation money, there's been a rumor that 50% would be used for something else, but they are incorrect. I don't know where this rumor started from. Maybe there's been some kind of misunderstanding, but this is not the case. It may be that if the corporate cooperation coordinator, I don't know about their agreement, if this person would do, then they would have, for example, some kind of a provision, some royalties. But now there is no plans that our corporate cooperation expert has done it. And we have recruited volunteers to do this corporate cooperation for Taker's 150 years, and it means that the money will go in full to the event. Yes, thank you. And any speeches now if you want, if you have them, but please keep them short. There seem to be no requests for the floor. So we can close discussion. Moving on to making the decision. So the proposal is that council decided to record the discussion on the budget for the year 2022. Yes, decided. Closing item 12, moving to item. Actually, let's move on to a very short break first. 5-minute break. So we will just start the break at 9:40. We will come back in 5 minutes.
Returning from break from 21:45, 9:45 p.m. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, the preliminary debate on updating AYY scholarship administration. Hello, I'm Matias Saikku. Let's do a quick look at the presentation. That has not been changed since last meeting request. So let's have a look see. Let's see what should be done and let's see what if we could get some results. Okay, for the group speeches, let's talk about these about 3 million scholarship funds that we have inherited from TKY. People who have given us these for TKY, they have decreed that we give you money and you take care of the rest, and we kind of must. So here's the division, the money that was lost, and here we have this triangle we're talking about. Scholarship is TTER funds. Here is numbers. Main fund, TR and TY, smaller funds, talking about just few thousand euros. Oh, here we have big ones, half or well, half, 90% are AYY, AY stipends, some are scholarships like guilds or they are deciding these. Regulations say, of course, we have the scholarship regulation, and then you look on what kind of tasks give points, and we have the main funds, TY and TR funds. So in these single documents, they state that if they're not in the regs, they go by the main fund. And the point here is that the regulations should not clash. So what is about the scholarship regulation? How is our current scholarships? How are they divided down? Usually we have these committees, people might remember. Lowest point being just kind of that it's a regulation. It does not necessarily stipulate which funds should be used for which scholarship because several dozen is what we have. Here's the purpose of the scholarships, and here we have our 3 scholarships that we give out twice a year. Not all of them twice, but 2 times a year in total. We give out scholarships. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here either. We are here in the point of the process. And we are moving to the direction where money moves from place A to place B, what regs follow, uh, the latest things. Take IY had made this survey, but a direct quote from the survey. So this is why we're actually handing them out. When we can hand these scholarships. Nothing big on the regulations themselves and their updates. Here are the challenges, how has been named in these, so technical students. These are kind of examples that how they have been handed out. Here we have this nice Excel with lots of numbers, and how much these funds actually um, create money for us, create income, and how much can we give out. And if looking at 2020 and 21, some of these funds are on the red, and some have garnered a profit. As you notice that on the right-hand corner, you see that we have funds that funds that create 200 and funds that create 30,000. It's like, how is the money actually garnered? Do we have some sort of quick questions that you have probably not include just AYY governed funds? They are included here. Oh, everything is included here. Looking at we have some PK Rahasto fund, which gives 191 euros a year in profit, but we have given out 1,200. So we have to take the money from somewhere. Moving onwards. They get this on in a minute, even though I wanted to do. Here we have something like what are we thought of doing, like updating, which is why first off, like how can we do this for A funds? How can we do these scholarships, and how can we follow the guidelines given? Because it's not possible with the current resources that even each and each of these funds we could look at. Okay, we have 98 euros to give out, and what are these situational regs? So we have kind of went with kind of ballparking it because there are something that enable a lot. Also, the point of being a person with not a lot of income, we have not really taken a stance on monetary funds. As a question to the representative council, so to which direction will we work this update? We have two scenarios. Scenario one being that we, oh well, problem is that we have a lot of these scholarships and these funds where primarily where the hell am I going? So we have these three technical students, TKY members, or talented and poor individuals. So from how do these, because tech people are not the only one who are deserve scholarships. So how do we ensure? So do we want to move or change the regulations of some of the foundations? Do we want to allocate money from the student union's other funds, for example, income funds, or Shall we collect a new fund with KY and Tokyo from the market? And that we could be able to hand out these scholarships and get these funds. Scenario two is that we change the regulation to only concern Tekkari students. So the process is not problematic with main and sub funds. We need to, in this case, define what Tekkari is because usually the definition has been that because AYY follows TKY, so we have interpreted this as such. So in short, presentations. Yeah, there we go. So questions and discussions can be taken, but more we have in terms of discussion. Um, Please use this some sort of system the interpreter did not hear because the sound cut right at the system. But you probably know. Opening the discussions, starting with Fielman. From these scenarios, we should go to 1C or 2. But because these monetary funds that were given to Tekkari students, they should be for Tekkari students in the future. I feel that KY and Tokyo should have scholarships that we could maybe get money from alumni or donators. We could get as a fund set up at KY Foundation. I would see that if we want to put our own money into it, then 1B from our own investment. But I'd say that 1C is the best option. Segerkrantz. Questions for scenario one. Are these on an idea basis, or have we looked into these, or how realistic these are? So very clear. I could say that at least 1C can remove together 100,000. We can hand out is quite small for us, organizational size. If in the future we don't have the biggest projects undergoing this union, we maybe get some sort of monetary funding and fundraising to get the alumni to give back for the community. But if it works very nicely, it's not hard. If we clearly make a clear pipeline on how it's handled, meaning fundraising is the interpretation of the subject. Yeah, we sent a group speech, but the main points for that were that scenario 1C is the best, most optimal, and new and fun. If we can't do that, we feel that scenario 1A, we could take the easiest foundations and change them. If we can't do 1C opinion, we have these placards. We have a voting slip vote or something, maybe. We could move forward. That's all. Yes, definitely we can have a voting slip. Show of hands vote, as it were. Incoherent yelling. Yes, we can take, we'll have, the color of the slips. It helps our work. Can I just go through these one by one? Yes. Scenario 1, not through subsections. Scenario 1 or scenario 2? So scenario 1 is blue and red is scenario 2. Okay, excellent. Go through here that, blue, white, red, which of the scenario 1, A, B, C, what would be the most preferable? One looks like this one, so I don't really recognize we have interpretation here, but that's okay. So can we have the planet again? Then we have, C was the most popular one. A or B, what would be the second best if it doesn't work, if C out? A or B. So A is blue and B is white. Thank you. So we have a preliminary discussion. These are non-binding. Do we have other requests for the floor? Egerkrans and Vaasa. Do we have an update on the regulation? Yes, when we know which direction we want to develop this work, this with someone. We didn't want to bring it to you first and then start reiterating, but combine these. And I should hope that previously we've had 6 slots for the representative council in scholarship work groups, I would hope that in future I would only have 1 with 2 members. I will take your point of view forward. Alasan blue articles. This is just a guiding vote, but since 1C was honored the most support, what will be the next steps? What will you do next? I will ask on Monday from our expert. Any other requests for the floor? Looks like no. That means like I will close the discussion for the subject, and we'll move to decide, with the motion being that the representative council decided to record the discussion on updating AYY's scholarship administration. Decided, closing item 13, moving on to item 14, other emerging business. Do we have other emerging business? Segerkrantz. Swedish. Hmm. So that, hopefully you don't mind me answering in Finnish. Sorry that my Swedish is not that good. We know that what the problems pertaining to translation, we have very limited resources for translation. We've noticed, especially the last year, that we come up with a situation where our translators don't have enough time aim to react, especially Aura, our chief matter, has literally tried to create these internal instructions on what documents have priority in terms of translation. And Repco decision material is one. And the Swedish position in here is that usually our preparatory organs, when we discuss an email, for me it's easy to give emails in English or information moving is usually surpasses in priority the fact that we wait for Swedish translations, so we try to get all the necessary material in 3 languages. But for other knowledge, we do our best and we try to find a solution. Hopefully, when we budget, in communications, for example, we will have discussions on how can we increase the budget. Thank you. Are there other emerging matters? Hello, Paolo. He talked and said this unpopular opinion, which I feel that this is important to say out loud. I came to this meeting today when I heard that we need more people here, so it's time to step up and be here. That if we have the same situation in the next meeting, will will I come? Because I'd have to sit here for 5 hours in order for my continued happiness that this Edari thing is not really working. To, with the earlier email, please, people who are in charge of the upcoming meetings, do something about it because this isn't making any sense. Any other requests? We may move to end the meeting. Thank you for the feedback. As I told the new repo last Thursday when I was chosen as the new chairperson, is I promised that we'll take this big thing next year. I agree that we can be more efficient, make better decisions, more informed decisions. Thank you. Any other items? Looks like no, so we'll closing the discussion and closing on the item 14 and moving to item 15, closing of the meeting, ending the meeting at 9 minutes after 10 p.m.